Oh, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. It looks also very pretty with the colors and everything, and with those two nice faces. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, LD Bjorg.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
I'm fine.
Okay. How is Norway?
It's snow.
Oh, it's a bit cold here and cloudy.
Yes, we don't like snow. No, we would like to have spring.
Then we have to do some kind of a processing you to come to Tanzania then.
Yes, I would like that. I miss you all. Yes.
I miss you too.
Looking forward for your coming in July or August.
Okay. Yes. When are you going, Gunvor?
Yes.
I hope so. I hope so. Hi, Marion.
Hi.
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 Hi, everybody.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Great. We have heard that in Norway it is snowy and very, very cold. What is about German?
Cold, not snowing, but it's cold. It's cold here. Mm-hmm.
And what is that light? Is it a sunlight?
No, it's no sun. The sky is white and it's very, I don't know, but it's not sunny.
Okay.
It looks like as if it's about to snow, but I don't think it will snow.
Okay, that's great.
So how is the weather in Tanzania?
Oh, it's good.
Yeah?
Hi, Marion.
Hi.
Glad to see you.
Oh, it's good. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
I love the background.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yes.
The flag of Tanzania.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, let us get prepared for the start. Yeah, we will continue thereafter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Björk, I'm wearing your sweater so often.
Oh, yeah. That's good. You can use it.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. You have to make me another one. We have to talk about it.
Yes. You have to send me something so I can do that. Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Yes.
I love your haircut. It's shorter.
Yeah, a little bit shorter. Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, it's so nice to join this. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Me too.
Ila tutulie.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Yeah, good morning, everybody from Norway, and Marion from German, and Losaru from Morogoro. But I cannot see Losaru here. Yeah, I would like to use this opportunity to welcome Principal from Patandi Teachers College of Special Need Education to open this official meeting for securing education for children in Tanzania through better vision. So I would like to use this opportunity to welcome our principal to open this meeting officially. Mr. Principal, you are warmly welcome.
Hello. Yeah, honorable the founders of the Securing Education for Children in Tanzania project, the Research Council of Norway, the Norwegian Agency of Development, Cooperation and Innovation Norway, the partner organizations with their management teams, and the professionals who have been engaged in the project for 4 years from Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, and the Cambridge University of Applied Sciences from Germany, the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, and the local authorities in Tanzania, management teams, and the professionals at higher education institutions, at the higher education institution in Tanzania and the neighbor countries who are following this conference. Yeah, principals of teacher education colleges, school leaders, college tutors, and the school teachers, partners working in the health sector in Tanzania, colleges in special needs from Norway, Germany, and the US who are following the conference, my dear colleagues and the student teachers who are here at Paternity Teachers College, practitioners who will share with us research findings and their experiences today and tomorrow, all viewers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Yeah, today I have been honored to stand before you, all members who attend the conference and those who are following online this conference to officiate this event. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all and to convey my sincere thanks for this great day that gives us room to portray the outstanding achievements and accomplishments of the project activities, namely securing education for children in Tanzania, SECED. The project has been implemented for 4 years, from the year 2017 to April 2021, as stipulated in the previous and assigned Memorandum of Understanding, Collaboration Agreement, and the project description. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be held for 2 days as Please, bye-bye. Yeah, dear viewers and the followers of this conference, sorry, there was a technical problem on the internet. I proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be held for 2 days, as stipulated in the conference program, in which within it, there will be many academic presentations with a lot of insight about how vision is very important for reading and learning, and how to improve vision functions among students with vision disturbances. Ladies and gentlemen, second is a joint project between Western Norway University of Applied Sciences and the Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education, together with two primary schools, namely Alusha Primary School and the Muivalo Primary School. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the project was officially launched in the year 2017 by the Director of Teacher Education Unit from the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology. Following the completion of the whole process of signing the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, by the responsible authority, and the signing of collaboration agreement between Patandi and HVL. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the vision and the overall goal of this project is to reduce poverty through stimulating better reading capabilities among students, and consequently, yeah, increase the percentage of students who demonstrate competences and pass well the final examination in Tanzania primary school as a result of better viewing conditions in the classroom and improved vision functions among students with vision disturbances. This in turn will lead to have school leavers who are knowledgeable, skillful, and responsible citizens in Tanzania or in the society. Yeah, the project had the following objectives. One was innovation of new methodologies for teachers' basic reading education and general teaching practice, introduction of methods of identifying pupils with vision challenges, including eye motoric disturbances, reduced visual attention, as well as pupils with visual impairment. Establish a continuing professional development, CPD courses in special needs education of vision disturbances, where vision function significance is in reading will be focused. The identification and screening methods of vision disturbances will be trained, and the pedagogical education and training theory will be practiced. Carry out joint research concerning conditions for large-scale implementation, and also identify contextual criteria for large-scale implementation through analysis of local customs and learning cultures, organization and governance, facilitators, and barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, in regard with these above stipulated objectives, the general analysis shows that the partners have managed to meet the project objectives. That's why within its completion, we are very proud for having 21 Patandi colleges and 9 primary school teachers who have undergone the training on the course of vision and reading and learning. Also, 6 master students have been written their dissertation on visual disturbances, and 2 PhD candidates whom their study also concentrates much on visual disturbances. Yeah, I can conclude that by inviting you all who are viewing this conference and following this conference to be fully engaged and benefit a lot from the presentation which will be conveyed or shared by the presenters. By saying so, I would like to say that the conference is now officially announced, is open, and have a nice sharing and participation in this conference. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hello, dear viewers, presenters, everyone who is following us online. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Mohamed Mgeni, together with my co-chairperson,
Alida Kauki.
We will take you through the short story or introduction of the second project.
The project SECED is the joint between partners from Norway, Germany, and Tanzania. And this include the Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Patani Teachers College of Special Needs in Tanzania, Cobbles University, where we have an expert there, together with Arusha Primary School and the Moivaro Primary Schools.
Thank you. From Norway, we have a project leader, Gunvor Wilhelmsen, and a project coordinator, Jacob Melting. Professor Vibeke and Dr. Kari are social scientists, and Professor Dr. Karsten, who is an engineer.
From Cobbles University, we have Professor Marion Felder, who is an expert and consultant in this project. And at Patandi, we have the project coordinator, Lucas Kivuyo, the team leader for the Implementing New Vision Knowledge, Mohamed Mgeni, and the team members, including Losaru, Stafford, Rajabu, and Alida.
Well, the overall goal of the project is to reduce poverty through stimulating better reading capabilities among students and consequently increase the percentage of students passing their final exams in Tanzania primary schools based on better viewing conditions in the classrooms and improving vision functions among students with vision disturbances.
And the project SECED aimed at giving the innovation of the new methodologies for the teachers, basic reading education and general teaching practices based on the new insights into the influence of vision in learning, especially in pupils, especially with pupils with vision impairment. It also aimed at introducing methods for identifying pupils with vision challenges and vision disturbances generally, based by the use of teachers' observation methods used in the class, together with an eye tracking prototype instrument for identifying pupils with vision motoric challenges.
Well, I think that is a very sensitive spot of every human heart, which is a better living and livelihood. Since we have launched the program to make sure that we secure the education for children in Tanzania, that is the most important thing for our children, even if we do not make them succeed to higher levels of education, but at least to make them breadwinners of their families. So on that note, we would like to conclude, and we would like to say, welcome to Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs Education, where the visually disturbed world is served. Asanteni sana. Well, I think I should take my part now as a chairperson for the coming presentations. And I should now welcome the next speaker to present the findings and to hear exactly what has been prepared for this session. So now we are focusing on the why focusing on children's vision. And here is Professor Gunvor Bekkeland from HVL and Professor Marion from Koblenz University of Applied Sciences. Please, you're welcome.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? And can you see everything? Gunvor, is everything on?
Yeah, now everything is very good.
Okay. So why focusing on children's vision? Thank you all for introducing this conference and briefly describing what this is all about. So we will start going into it a little bit because really the big question, and as Mohammed showed, is the question of the relationship between vision and education. So vision is far from developed in a newborn baby. All components from basically birth on, the attention from central vision, the attention in the visual fields, and the eye motor functions, all this has to be coordinated. So these functions, the child isn't born with this. They have to develop through stimulation. So through input from the outside and through visual signals from the surroundings. So this is very important. So we're not born with a set of abilities in our vision, but it has developed, or it needs to develop through the interaction with the environment. So we really focused in this project also on ocular motor function. So one very important ocular motor function is to strengthen the accommodation. And so we've talked many, many times in lectures and in practical training about accommodation. And that means that only by changing the form of the lens quickly for different distances, the child can see clearly far away and even on something at near. So on one side, the lens can really relax when looking far away, and on the other side, when looking at something at near, your eyes have to work really, really hard to focus. So this is a process that the muscles are involved. You can see the fibers that are in these two drawings that basically operate the lens. So this is a really important component, of course, for school and for learning, because children constantly have to look to the blackboard and back to their notes. This is a universal thing that happens probably in all classrooms around the world. So here, there's a picture of a child with ocular motor disturbances. As you can see, one eye is going towards the nose and the other eye is looking straight at you. So some children are born with one weaker eye. And binocular problems like this that you see, and it could also be the other eye involved, may result in two images to the brain. So because as you see, the child will get an image more from towards the nose and the other image from straight out. And that will disturb the understanding of the brain, of the world around. And in the end, the weaker eye can lose its power and turn amblyopic. That means the brain is suppressing the image that comes from the weaker eye. So because the brain can't really process these two images at one time. So ocular motor disturbances therefore need to be addressed in school, because otherwise the child cannot have binocular vision. So binocular problems will disturb all inputs. For some, walking in nature will be a challenge. Some will not safe in traffic. They play with balls, and even reading will be interrupted because the text will appear unsteady or double. So this is what a traffic image may look like. And this is what walking may look like. Okay, so movement may be very difficult to detect for somebody or to see for somebody who has oculomotor disturbances. So all over the world, we see children struggling with vision problems which influence their cognitive developing, their motor function, and with that, their social interaction and their self-esteem. Some have binocular problems which are only appearing when they're tired or using their gaze in a special directions. These kind of problems are not that easy to detect and might give reduced reading capacity. The letters may be seen in a wrong position after a while, and the words turn out wrongly. So then we also have children who have brain injuries who may not see all parts of the world. They can have very good success with learning with some special strategies. But as you can see in this picture, a whole part of that picture is missing. So this can be also a direct result of visual impairments or visual disturbances caused by brain injuries. So in summary, we can say that vision is developing through the years in school. And although nearly all academic education is bound to visual stimulus, teachers have often very limited insights into vision qualities and the consequences of vision disturbances for children's development and their reading and learning. All children need vision stimulation for developing their vision. Some need special vision lessons where their individual vision problems are seen and treated. So where are we? Where do we need to go? Children with low vision do not receive low vision assessments for the functional use of their vision and are not taught to use their vision efficiently. This is a quote by Natalie Berger, who was groundbreaking in teaching children with low vision to use their vision. But what is really, really important is that in every class all over the world, there are children with vision disturbances. And these disturbances often do not meet international or national criteria, classification standards of low vision or blindness. But they have functional learning implications. So when Natalie Berger asks, where do we go? And she puts the finger on low vision and blindness, that is really, really important. But we also have to address vision disturbances that are not necessarily classified medically as are low vision and blindness. These are classified visual problems, but there are other problems that may not be classified, but yet have an impact on a child's vision. So for example, double vision makes it difficult to read and comprehend. And if a child has, for example, oculomotor problems, he or she may exactly see like this. So what are the consequences? Even the most gifted students will struggle academically if they have trouble seeing the blackboard or focusing on a book. School-going children often do not achieve foundational outcomes such as literacy, numeracy, and life skills. which determine future performance. Results from the 2014 primary school leaving examination in mainland Tanzania revealed that only 8% of grade 2 pupils could read properly.
Ja,
Only
det går fint for jeg har fått sånn fine trådløse.
Could add or
Ja,
subtract,
det var veldig godt.
Men skal vi se.
Så var det lyden.
Ja, da må vi kanskje
and less than 0.1% showed high levels of life skills. So this is what in the beginning also speakers talked about. And this is what we want to address with this project. So 70% of all classroom activities involve vision. 47% of the time in class is used for near activities, 29% for distance viewing, and 15% on switching focus between distance and near. So you can see that vision is involved in many, many activities. There are few prevalence studies on children's visual problems in Tanzania. A recent study conducted in Mwanza revealed that almost 19% of children in the study group had vision problems. And a 2-year school eye health project in the Singida region in Tanzania found that 30% of the children screened had a previously undiagnosed vision problem. So poor reading skills are a significant problem in Tanzania at the individual level and the society at large. And of course, there is a multitude of factors determining student literacy. But the focus of this project was on the factor vision. Tanzania has also limited eye health structure, and vision screening in schools is not mandatory. So to fill this gap in eye health and accessibility, the project, and particularly the CPD course, the continuing education course that was offered as part of the project, was aimed at training faculty at Patandi and primary school teachers in the area of vision for reading and learning. So in terms of sustainability, the college faculty were seen as particularly important as they are multiplicators and they teach teachers who then go on to work throughout Tanzania. There is evidence that teachers can be effective vision screeners and interveners. So the goal of this project was to educate faculty and teachers about the importance of children's vision and the need for good viewing conditions in the classroom. So the overall goal was to improve education through improving vision. Thank you very much. And this is the end of the first presentation.
Hello, thank you very much, Marion. I think it's now time for another speaker or presenter to get us through what she has prepared for us. Thank you very much. Welcome, Alida Kauki.
Thank you. Hello, viewers and participants. As the chairperson said, now this is about the eye health for learners and the importance of vision screening of learners. Why do we do vision screening now? It is important because it is an efficient and cost-effective method to identify children with visual impairment and any other eye conditions that are likely to lead to vision loss. It is also for diagnosing a disorder as early as possible and treat it in a period where the disease process can still be reversed or intervened as it have been discovered by different research. In this, a child needs a very healthy eyes so that she or he can do his activities in learning and in play also. So to succeed, good vision is very important for any child. It is needed in reading, writing, chalkboard work, and using computers, which are among visual tasks that most students perform daily. So a child's eyes are constantly in the use in the classroom and at play, and also at these visual tasks need good visual acuity, good eye focusing, good eye tracking, eye teaming, eye-hand coordination, visual perception, recognition, and comprehension. So if the eyes are in good condition and the vision is in a good condition, all this can assist the child to learn better and also participate in other activities, including plays and other things. So if any of these visual skills are lacking or are in this deficiency and they are not working properly, a child may work very hard to perform their learning effectively. And they may also experience some headaches, eye strain, and fatigue during school and after school also. Why do we have to do early vision screening now? Hello, do you hear me? Can you hear me? Sasa mbona wamekaa kule na wanalipwa? Sijamute huko. Njoo. No, nimeuliza hawarespond chochote. Hello.
We hear you very
Hello,
well.
viewers. Okay, so I can proceed. Good. Now, why should we have to do early vision screening? We need to do this because children meet a number of problems in school due to unnoticed vision challenges. For example, they are not able to see from the blackboard or from the text they write themselves. They also find it difficult to see the books. They are also sometimes not able to be active in the ball games because sometimes if they are having vision challenges, they can see two balls, which gives them confusion. So early vision screening will help a child to get necessary help for better vision development so that they will see on each eye, use their eyes together and have a healthy eyes as well. This can be through medical care, refraction, or vision stimulation. A child with vision impairment may look perfectly normal and function well, but such children may be having unnoticed vision impairment. They might be having some challenges in image. When they look at images, may not be able to process them normally. They can have profound permanent vision loss. And any amount of crossing can have significant visual consequences like double vision, alternating vision, or unclear inputs. So in most cases, children might be seeing very normal, having healthy eyes and good vision, but they are having some unnoticed vision challenges. So very early identification is very important. This is because also poor vision make it hard for a child to focus on schoolwork. Like a child here is seeming very confusing, not seeing well in the blackboard or in the whiteboard. And good vision helps in so many things, including high eye-hand coordination, which is very important in play. which is very important in play, writing, and other activities. And reading comprehension and vision go hand in hand as well. And good vision helps build confidence. So vision screening of children is therefore aimed for making the most of child's development and for stimulating the whole vision complexity, which includes sensory, perception, visual attention, and motor functions. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, Gurvo Marion?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. All is functioning. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We should thank the previous presenter. Then I think according to the time, we should apologize for some technical issues down here, but we should go for a short break and then we will be back after 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
heter jag. Så, Dear educational partners from Norway and Germany, all viewers from Tanzania, educational practitioners from Tanzania, and our fellow colleague, good morning. My name is Deodata Mrema, Quality Assurer from Meru District. I'm with my fellow
Maria Mgashwa from Arusha Primary School.
Okay, we are here to present about the teachers, why the teachers need to know about student vision and eye health. Jordan. Okay, by introduction, we say proper vision is very important for the child in learning, grasping, and hence proper eye health. Eye health will be lead to better understanding to the child. Health eye will lead to better understanding to the child during learning process. But poor health eye resulted to poor vision, hence to poor performance from the child. Many children in developing countries experience vision impairment, and this is also particularly in Tanzania. Most of our students Okay, many children in developing countries experience vision impairment, especially in Tanzania. Many of our pupils experience the problem of vision sight, and this makes them experience difficulty in learning and understanding. There is no systematic eye health education within the existing system. They take much. You can find our pupils or our children take much of their time to read, look, reason out of either from direct reading the book or watching the screen. As a teacher, we can identify them while reading. You can find them, they are facing problem in reading. Sometimes you can see them when reading the book. They hold the book closer to the eye or watching screening. They will normally go closer to the screen. As a teacher, when we find this, when we find some kind of this, we have to take action to assist them, either to place them in front of the class or to assist them as we can. Furthermore, the number of vision impaired children is increasing, especially in Tanzania. I can refer my country, especially in rural area, because there is no enough knowledge or there is no much awareness. There is low awareness about the vision impaired children in Tanzania. During child eye development between 0 to 12 years, children do not learn properly from their parent because their parent does not teach them on how to take care of their eyes, on how to take care of their how to wash their eyes properly, and sometimes they don't give them good nutrition to assist them to see clearly. And by using simple method given in higher education, many children will not have developed vision impairment. Teachers who are considered to have knowledge compared to the rest of the people would have influenced the process of giving eye health education to the community. But those teachers has no enough knowledge about eye health education. These are caused by lack of curriculum dealing with the package of eye health education, means of teaching and giving the knowledge. Up to now, I'm not sure if we have that curriculum which deal with the eye health education. On the other hand, teachers and other healthcare not aware of the importance of children eye health education. And I want to insist this is also about due to the lack of package of eye health education in our national curriculum.
I'm going to speak about what should the teachers look for. I mean, here a list of signs that students in classroom may be experiencing vision difficulties. I mean, children who has a vision problem can have a problem of, a reading problem. He may read or she may read below grade level. Once you give him or her a package or a book to read, she or he cannot read properly. Also, slow to finish written assignment. If a pupils or children have a problem of vision, will not finish up the written work on time. And once she or he is reading, she may skip some words while reading. And that child who have a problem of vision will lack of concentration problems in a classroom because he cannot or she cannot listen to the teacher properly. He may use his time moving from one place to another place. Also, pupils or children will make errors when copying from the board because she or he cannot see the work properly, which is written on the blackboard. Sometimes he will hold the reading material close to the face in order to see what it is written on the or in the book. And he may rub her eyes or his eyes in order to see what it is written in the book. Also, when reading, she or he may use fingers to hold the places. It means that to follow what it is written on the book. And once he is using many times, they may complain about a frequent headache. And sometimes when reading the book, he may cover one eye while reading in order to see what it is written in the book. Now let's see about the importance of having eye healthy education. Eye health education is not so much insisted in our society. As my fellow has spoken from the beginning that it is not included in the program there or in the curriculum, yet we need a proper vision to see and reason out what we see with our open eyes. So because it is not included in the curriculum, still people do not have a knowledge of eye health education. Children with the proper vision will perform well in class. They will save the time. Why do I say that they will save the time? They will save the time if at all a child or pupils have good eye health. She will finish up the work on time. And when other teachers is getting the classes, she will not tell the teacher that I'm not through with my work. So she will save the time and will run out very well and developing person confidence in learning and will like the lesson because they know what they are learning there. Recommendation about what we have discussing. As an educator or vision teacher, we do suggest that eye health education should be included in school curriculum in all levels. When I say in all levels, it means that from primary to higher school, in university there. By doing so, everyone in the society will understand about eye health education. Teachers with vision competence can act like a bridge between school and health service. Once teachers are trained with this eye health, it is going to be better in the school because they will cooperate with health service. All teachers need to know something about the vision problem and how vision functions. If they know about this, it means that they will recognize pupils in the class who have vision problem. Vision is developing and teachers need to understand how their lesson can stimulate students' vision. Eye health education also should be included in health program like mother-child health care. Why do I say that it should be included in mother health care? As mothers goes to the health care, they are taught about how to take care of the child during growth. So if this education of eye health will be included, I mean the majority of people will learn about eye health. Also, preventive care measures should be taken. To improve other stakeholders like media, newspaper, radio, in order to create awareness to the majority of people who live in rural areas, because they will understand, they will listen to media, and then they get what they are supposed to learn about health care. Promotion of nutrition to the public on the use of food supplements. Trained teachers, nurses, educators, health workers who can promote health education to the public and the public when they are given this knowledge of eye health. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Those were Deodata Mrema and Maria Mgashwa. I can see now Vivek is getting prepared. So, hi Vivek, we can use this time to welcome Professor Vivek. Please welcome to the show.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you very well.
Super good. That's so nice. Nice to see you and nice to hear from you. I will just share my slides with you. Sorry. Nei, men jeg vil ikke ha den presentations... Jo, den er fin. Ja, okay. Sorry. Okay, my name is Vibeke Vågenes and I've been leading the work package 5 of SECED together with Kari Ludvigsen and Jakob Melting. We are the social science package, and this is we are trying to sum up some of our arguments of the last years today. The title of my talk is How can the SECED project contribute to realizing SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal number 4? And I'm not intending to give one clear answer to that, but we are summarizing some of our findings that relate to sustainability and upscaling, basically. So the work package 5 was from the start meant to apply contextual knowledge to develop measures and competence building, to establish knowledge concerning implementation of the project, and to identify barriers, possibilities, and plans for upscaling measures at school level, in local society, and in the education sector as such. That's our mission in the project. We have been prevented from completing our mission, I would say. The last year has been lost due to the pandemic. So we feel that there are big holes in our materials. So here we are. First, just to mention it, This, you should know this very well, I think. The vision, or the global agenda towards 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. And the reason I take them up is because this is the reason we are here, actually. This is the background, the backdrop of SACED and the whole program, the Vision 2030 program. And basically, this is also how we will be measured at the end. Sustainable Development Goal number 4 is the one on education. And I just want to mention briefly, just to make sure that we notice that this goal states very clearly that we are to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education. That is the global agenda that also Tanzania has subscribed to. Right. So what is the SACED's potential then to sustain sustainable development in Tanzania? It's of course not very easy to give a straight answer to that, but I will start by pointing to education for all, the goal of education for all that actually stems back from several decades now as a global agreement that every child should be in school and even that education is a human right. So that lies at the bottom. When it comes to Tanzania, Tanzania is very interesting when it comes to education and of course has a very strong tradition for educating your children. But there is a challenge which is recognized by the authorities, of course, a challenge to make sure that more children finish or succeed in school and to prevent dropout and failures, basically. So we should have this in mind. Then we would like to point to 2 issues, especially when we look into the contribution of the project to sustainable development. The first has to do with the role of the vision specialists. And we should try to understand the role and think ahead what it can be in the future as well. So SACED has contributed to strengthening the capacity of education for special needs of special vision teachers with the knowledge to identify and to assist children with vision disturbances. And that's great. The second issue we would like to point at is to understand the role of teachers in general. Perhaps we can call them generalists. And we should start thinking and discussing how to strengthen teachers' capacity when it comes to understanding that children have learning problems and they should be able to assist children in learning. And maybe knowledge such as SACED's knowledge can be a stepping stone for more inclusive education, in fact. And we should see this in connection to how as the role of vision and learning specialists can be. And we are also thinking that these specialists should have a role, an important role in a system that is basically a structure that is basically there but needs to be developed as an assessment system such as the SRAC centers around the country. And possibly these specialists can also have a role in screening of school starters. The special needs teachers' role is, of course, to teach in special units and special schools. One can also ask whether they you should have special needs teachers in mainstream schools, in ordinary schools, that can assist learners and teachers, be a resource for the teachers. Thirdly, we should see this in relation to teacher education. I would like to have a short stop at some theoretical perspectives that has to do with how implementation takes place actually on development process and to make sure that we all agree that there is no straightforward development or implementation process. There is no blueprint model for development, basically. And all of us who are in the education sector know well that there's an endless range of reforms and implementation of new ideas and so on. So this is quite common in the education field. And when you look at research, extensive research on implementation in the education sector, you see that these implementations very often take the shape of translations, where new ideas are translated to fit the local context, or adjustments to local needs, to the preconditions. So we should be aware of that. And second, of course, involves implementation of new knowledge into special needs teacher education. That is to be transformed, translated, and adjusted to local curricula, to local practices, to students' needs in the sector, and so on. Right, then to our arguments from our research. The local context of SECED's capacity building and scaling up comprises several, or should include several aspects of the Tanzanian society. And one important, of course, element is the national education policies and strategies. Tanzania is a top-down control system. The national authorities direct activities and policies, and this is important. So the national stakeholders are important premises for our project, of course. In Work Package 5, we have tried to focus on these central stakeholders, and we did some interviews in Dodoma and studied, of course, policy documents, reports, and relevant research, and so on. And we've come up with some materials. Here are some citations from TAMISEMI, who says that there is a demand for inclusive education. What they're pointing at is they are aligning with the international trend and trying to implement inclusive education in their schools. So, and they say that we need both special needs education and inclusive education in this. So here is the front page of the inclusive education strategy of Tanzania. You can see it to the right. And in this policy document says that despite the fact that since 2009, Tanzania has made major advances in improving access to basic education, recording significant achievements in enrollment, school infrastructure, and the provision of teaching and learning materials, the access to education for most vulnerable learners, including those with disabilities, needs to be improved. Dropout, non-enrollment, and repetition rates have remained high. Inequity of access and learning outcomes continues to present a major challenge. So this is the ministry's words. And we should, of course, notice what they are saying. So we move on in the contextual elements. There's a top-down system. We have written in our reports about the organization of the educational system as such, because of course these structures are important implications for how this knowledge can be scaled up and sustained. We argue that we can see the system as a silo organization, or what you can also call a dual track organization. That means that special needs and mainstream education are, can be seen as pretty much separated structures. And this runs through every level of the administrative in the administrative levels. If you look at the special needs education, you will see special units in everything from the ministries and down to the local administrations, and also, of course, also at schools and even special schools. So you can ask if separate units is also separate knowledge. We have been struggling to find exact numbers of special needs teachers in Tanzania, and we have come up with numbers that indicates that there's a bit more than 2,000 special needs teachers today. So how can all of these get access to the knowledge and, of course, future the coming special needs teachers? When you look at the mainstream education, that is, of course, the big silo. That is where you find almost 200,000 teachers in primary schools alone. So how is it possible to think that teachers can become more aware of vision disturbances and perhaps learning problems in general? That is a big challenge to think about. Looking into teachers' practices, some of you might know this classroom to the right. It is from one of participants in Saket in her classroom, where they're doing the daily vision training in an inclusive classroom. But when you look at the schools in general and relevant research, it is clear that teachers' awareness and knowledge of learning problems and of inclusion is pretty much a small thing. It's not something teachers feel they master. They feel very insecure about how to do it. So we might ask if there is a need for a paradigmatic change, basically, in teacher education. We also know that teachers' work is strictly regulated and top-down regulated, and you can argue that there is a small room for innovative practices from teachers. Their time is very much controlled. So how is it possible to strengthen and give room to teachers' innovative practices is an important question. We have seen in Saket that it is possible. We have seen how some teachers develop what we can say is pilots, how to apply the knowledge in their classrooms. And you can see one example here. And that is very interesting. And this is something we should cherish and of course, stimulate. We know also from our research and other people's research that teachers very often feel that they are isolated in their work, whether it's as subject teachers or what it is. So we should also encourage more teamwork to support teachers in their in applying new ideas in the teaching. That we should encourage school leaders, colleagues, and of course parents to engage in and supporting teachers' innovative practices, which is important for the future. So teachers across the world seem to be interested in a further professional development, of course, as we all are. And we have seen in Saket that 2 examples of what we have called short courses. So I would like to give some attention to these because the effect is quite interesting. So these short courses were a few hours of training and awareness raising, awareness creation for teachers. So the teachers were introduced to some knowledge about vision, eye, anatomy and function, and also different problems that learners, children might experience. It was quite interesting to notice the immediate reaction among teachers that this course seemed to stimulate, to increase the awareness immediately. So teachers, even we can say that teachers who participated indicated to have almost a new perspective on children. And there's a quotation here from one teacher who says, "I might have misinterpreted some children as slow learners." So they start to reflect on how they interpret or see the child based on this knowledge that there is something like vision problems. So this is something we find very interesting. And to continue this kind of teacher courses depends, of course, on policies and of resources from the authorities and also the organization of the education as such. Resources must be available, but there is also these specialists who are to do these courses. Their time and their resources must also be available. That means that you need to think across these silos, basically. So finally, of the contextual elements, there is the curriculum. And the need for a curriculum change in teacher education. And we know there's a lot of things going on in teacher education. As far as I know, you are waiting to implement a new curricula. So, and we have seen that Patandi have included vision disturbances in your courses, which is very, of course, very interesting. But we think curriculum change is necessary for sustaining this new knowledge, the second knowledge. So, and we think that both special needs teacher education and mainstream teacher education should be revised here. So, there's a need for teachers to develop an understanding or awareness, if you like, about learning problems on a broader scale, and that this is supported by a system that is to be developed, as I mentioned earlier, a system of specialist knowledge that actually can assist teachers and, of course, parents. So, so teachers should know also where to ask for help if they are not sure about a child's learning. Okay, conclusively, here are some of our conclusions. Capacity building at Patandi has been very successful, we can say. A lot of things has been going on, but it's important that to sustain this capacity building is you need support from the national authorities. You need space to further develop it, and you need implementation in curricula. We find that capacity building in SECED has great potential for sustainability and scaling up. There's potentials for developing new practices for teachers, and even you can find potentials for a more learner-centered pedagogy to be realized, and perhaps even a potential to support a more inclusive education. And we argue that knowledge about learning problems may contribute to develop teachers' practices and eventually an inclusive education. So there's a lot of potential. The sustainability of SECED needs continued focus in the future. Focus on the framework with it, and you need to focus on resources and the structures of the organization and how to develop the system for sharing knowledge, for teachers to develop innovative practices and develop systems for assessment and assistance for children. At the end, I would just like to say that here are some of our publications. By this, we would like to say thank you very much. will stop sharing by now and say that we would very much like to be with you, of course. Unfortunately, we are not. So thank you very much. Asante.
Well, thank you very much, Vibeke, for your nice presentation. I think according to our time, it is now a lunch time, and please, I would like everyone to go enjoy something what has been prepared for today. So please, we will be back after a short while. Thank you very much.
Hello. Salama. Be? Sija confirm chochote my dear. Yani naomba kwa leo nishindwe kwanza. Yani nashindwa tu kwa sababu ya muda kazini. Na kazi hapa nafanya, yani sijui nitanyanyuka saa ngapi. Kesho. Leo si Jumatatu yani ngoja tu kuna kazi tu leo imenikaba, lakini kesho Mungu akipenda naweza nikafika. Yani kesho naweza nikaomba ruhusa nikaanzia kwako, afu ndo nikaja kazini. Kama mshaniambia Alhamisi unaondoka, yani nitajitahidi kesho. Kuna kazi tu hapa ambayo nakimbizana nayo, nikiweka sawa hii basi. Nitakujulisha. Daktari. Sorry. Umenisikia? Tusikia kweli hapa ni mute.
kabisa. Ah, la, 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 la.
Das habe ich der Kaffee meiner Freundin auch gesagt. Was soll das? Das ist, die letztes Jahr mussten wir auch den Urlaub absagen. Und dann habe ich überlegt, also habe ich auch nochmal recherchiert und so. Und das ist ja genau der Punkt, weil sie sagt, die war dann in der Schweiz auch. Weil ich habe wirklich gesagt, du musst fahren. Also, na, weil ich meine,
Marion, on mute, Marion.
What?
Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, yes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have a nice break. Now we are back and we are going to proceed with our session after this healthy break. And I take this opportunity to welcome the presenter this time so that they can present what they have prepared so that we can learn and see on how we can improve the project. Now the presenters, you're very welcome. Observe time, relax, and welcome. Thank you very much.
Hello, all viewers from all over the world. I'm Sister Victorina Crescent, a vision teacher from Patandi Teachers College with Witness Mungure from Patandi Primary School. Yeah, the title of our presentation is The Relevance of New Knowledge and the Skills of Vision for Reading and Learning in Primary Education. In our paper, we are going to elaborate the new knowledge based on screening of pupils and making intervention by training learners with visual impairment in order to improve their vision. The study was done here in Tanzania, in Arusha region at Patandi Primary School, and the study involved 26 pupils in Standard 4 by then in the year 2019. The knowledge we received from Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, it has been of great help for us vision teachers, since now we are able to screen and identify learners with visual problems and make training for them. The focus point here was visual acuity, which is actually the ability of the eye to see tiny things clearly at near or far distance, normally measured by using Lear chart. And that is Lear chart. You can see their sister is screening someone at near distance. The other focal point was on visual field, which is the complete central and peripheral range of vision, as you can see there, that is visual field. And another point is color test. We can see there is trying to screen someone to identify if is able to identify colors. Fixation, persuade, saccades, accommodation, convergence, all these are visual skills. If someone has all this knowledge, then the vision is good. At the end, having good vision for reading and learning leads to good skill performance. That is fixation, what I was talking about. You can see there, somebody is gazing at an object of regard. The relevance of vision for reading and learning from literature review. To emphasize this, Will Hansen and Felder 2020 has written in their research, Visual is Learning, Why Teachers Need to Know About Vision. They wrote that in the 21st century, school teachers should have knowledge in vision since learning is visual. Vision is especially essential for reading, accessing classroom material, and learning. Children with accommodation problem will perceive the text as foggy or blurry at near. The researcher continues saying several vision disturbances, not just decrease the visual acuity or visual field, have a negative influence on the schoolwork, sports, leisure activities, and general learning. Increased vision will even positively influence social behavior and motor activities. In their conclusion, they said visual functions such as visual acuity, visual field accommodation, convergence, and oculomotor control are very, very important for receiving clear visual inputs in learning and communication. According to EPF Eye Care Optometric Practice Indiana, confirms in their findings that 1 out of 10 children have vision problems significant enough to affect learning. While 20% of learning happens through sight, a vision-related learning task learning problem can greatly hinder child's ability to succeed at school. Ultimately, poor vision can negatively affect a child's ability to learn and grow in educational setting, even though the children are bright. So now we can see how it is very, very important to care the vision, the connection between vision and learning. According to American Federation for Teachers shows that 1 out of 4 children struggle with reading and learning because of undiagnosed vision problems. 60% of problems is that learners have undiagnosed vision problems, while 80% of learning in the classroom is visual. That is why, for us teachers, it is very, very important to have this knowledge so that we can help our learners. Vision plays in an important role in our children's education, and even the most gifted children or students will struggle academically if they have trouble seeing the blackboard or focusing on the book. A tremendous amount of learning happens visually, so proper care of vision is crucial to help students or learners reach their full potential academically. Gulbranson is also convinced that often the children with vision problem are labeled hyperactive, less, or slow, and mistaken as learning disability, attention deficit disorder, because only the teachers or parents, they do not know that they have problem. Therefore, decreased performance even though the child is bright.
Results and discussion on our findings. Result of 60 pupils screened class 4 at Patadi Primary School. Mode of screening, the investigation and observation were done through provision of text for learners to read near and far, to copy from the blackboard during the teaching and learning in the classroom. Some respondents revealed out different reading difficulties like turning the head when reading, near or far, skipping some words or syllables, difficulties in copying notes from the blackboard to their exercise books correctly, and reading very slowly, as well as making many mistakes when reading. 12 pupils out of 60 screened learners had reduced visual acuity on both eyes, as the result shows below. They were identified with different visual problems as myopia, hyperopia, and eye movement problems. Screened learners and identified with vision challenges have been treated according to their challenges. Some were trained and some were referred to hospital. You see the results that we found from the learners. The one who is in blue color are those one who have very low visual acuity in OU, both eyes. And here are the one that have been identified, very low vision. So you see number 01, 05, 018 have OU of 0.8, something which it is different. It is different from the normal visual acuity, which is 1.0. Often they lost, due to those problems, often they lost the interest of copying notes from the blackboard for writing down in their exercise books. One pupil copied 3 instead of M from the blackboard to his exercise book. The pupil with hyperopia, for example, you can see complained much when reading on the text. He saw blurred, got headache, eye straining, and tearing. He always avoided reading and the text, reading the text and copying notes. Learners with vision problem were not happy in classroom because could not see properly while reading near or far, therefore had poor performance in school. After being identified, some we trained them and adjusted their sitting position in the classroom. For some, we advised their parents to refer them for more checkup. If we teachers don't have this knowledge of vision, we may end up with punishing children without helping them. Mode of training, you can see where we use the pencil pursuit, that is pencil and the finger puppets. You can see someone is training someone there. And when you use pencil pursuit, it means you are just training in accommodation and the convergence. Also, we use letter search exercise. A pupil had to cycle that letter which appear twice in a comprehension. And we have thumb exercise. We have block string, as you see from the picture there. We have block string, and we have thumb exercise from different directions. And this you can apply even in the whole class as a warm-up when you enter the class. After intervention, the children were not complaining of headache and were not tearing while reading. The level of reading for the children has improved to some extent compared from the beginning of exercise. From our experience as vision teachers, we agree that some vision problems can be improved through training. We need perfect vision for good reader for excellent school performance.
In our personal experience, we as vision teachers, I and my colleague, especially myself, now after having this knowledge, whenever I walk all over in the busy road, I am interested to look in eyes people so that to see if they have problem, then I can suggest them to see eye doctor. So now we can see how this knowledge, it is really very important for us and it is really helpful. Recommendation to educational stakeholders, teachers and parents should be trained to get knowledge and skills on how to identify children with visual disturbances. We need to have vision screening to our pupils when enrolling them to school so as to know their eye health. In our conclusion, children with vision-related learning problem will typically lose their place while reading and confuse similar-looking words because they can't properly see the text. Because of that, children with poor vision often show signs of poor reading, comprehension, and struggle to keep up with class assignments. In recent research, revealed how important good vision is in all learning and for all academic related tasks. In classroom around all over the world, visual inputs are involved up to 7 or 8% of time. That's why an evidence-based practice principle for excellence in teaching and learning, reading is significant. Vision is our dominant sense, received 80% of information, great and help build the confidence. So let us care our vision and others' vision. Thank you.
Sunday. Thank you very much, presenters. You have just finished, Sister Vicky and Mungure from Patani Primary School. Dear viewers, participants from Tanzania, Norway, and Germany. May I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Wakuru Manini so that she can be prepared for us. Welcome, Dr. Manini.
Okay, thank you, the chairperson. Good afternoon, viewers. Do you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gumvo. I'm Dr. Wakuru Manini.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, thank you. Let us proceed with the presentation. My name is Wakuru Manini. Educational expert in the field of special education and inclusive education, in particular for renal sensory impairment, deaf or blind. I'm here to present the paper on the relevance of knowledge for vision, for reading and learning in other fields of special needs education and teacher education in Tanzania. This is a research-based paper which has been conducted in Arusha municipality, in particular one primary schools. Let me provide the outline of the presentation. This presentation covers the background of the study, statement of the problem, objective of the study, significance of the study, theoretical underpinnings, research methodology, finding and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. Background of the study. I would like to introduce the status of literacy in Tanzania. There are different studies which have been conducted in this area of literacy in Tanzania, such as Uwezo 2013, Haki Elimu 2015, Shukia 2014, and Mumasi 2016, which revealed that pupils in Tanzania, primary pupils in Tanzania experience poor reading skills as a result, lowering children's academic performance, self-esteem, confidence, and realization of educational objectives. Tanzania has ratified different conventions, registration, declarations, and policies, including Sustainable Development Goals of 2013 that ensure inclusive education and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. To achieve this objective, the government of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, reintroduced Educational Training Policy of 2014, Educational Sector Development Program, and the Primary Education Development Program, and the National Strategy for Inclusive Education, the current one, which is 2018 to 2021, that aims to provide a quality education for all without any discriminations of any pupils. Also, the Ministry of Education and Science and Technology work collaborative with different programs such as Educational Quality Improvement Program in Tanzania, EQUIP-T, 2013 to 2016, another program which is Literacy and Numeracy Education Support Lens, 2015 and plus, USAID, RTI, that is Research Triangle International 2016, Tusome Pamoja, and 21st Century Basic Education that geared to provide improving teaching and learning in Tanzania. Statement of the problem. Despite of government's commitments and efforts in providing equitable access of quality education for all children through minimization of illiterate rates, yet most primary school children complete primary education without clear and meaningful reading skills, according to Uwezo 2 2012, 2013, Mkumbo 2011, Anei and Masa 2016, Haki Elimu 2015, 2008. Due to limited empirical evidence on visual problem calls for a need of this study. This study specifically aims to address two objectives. The first objective aims to explore primary school teachers' knowledge on the relevance of vision for reading and learning in other fields of special education and teachers' education. Another objective is about assess measures to promote and to prevent visual function to effective reading and learning. Significance of this study. The finding of this study will provide an insight to the existing body of knowledge in the field of special education, inclusive education, and the teacher education. In the study, recommend a need for vision for reading, training for teachers for capacity building. And also the study shed light on barrier to reading and provide ways to mitigate them. And third, and the fourth significance, the study serves as evidence-based research for other researchers. And also the study inform policymakers on the need to review and restructure teacher educational curriculum. Research methodology. This study adopted qualitative research approach with a single case study design. The study confined in Arusha municipality at selected primary schools. The study used purposively sampling to obtain 12 participants who involved in this study, and data was corrected by using semi-structured interview and the documentary review. And the data was analyzed thematically following 6 steps by Brown and Craig 2017. Finding and discussions. The finding of the present study indicated that the majority primary school teachers acknowledge the visual function as a potential influence reading ability and participation. Also, the study indicated that there is a need of training for regular education teachers and special education teachers in order to minimize reading and learning barriers. And also, training is needed to help teachers to conduct visual screening and develop preventive measures for eye care. The study found that there is a clear relationship between vision and other senses because human body works as a system. Therefore, the deficit in vision has a negative impact in reading, and such as pupils will lack concentration, motivation, lower self-esteem, participation, and academic performance. Also, majority teachers were encouraged to use nutrition rich in vitamin A in order to enhance vision functioning, promote vision activity to stimulate muscles and vision so that students will be able to read. And also, the study will help teachers to adapt instructional materials such as to enlarge print, to increase font size, and to reduce learning activities where necessary, and provide extended time to read and to learn. Adapt environmental, and that is to provide optimal lighting and reduce eye distraction. Provide assistive devices when prescribed by eye surgeon, such as providing magnifiers, optical devices, and other things which will help to strengthen vision. Conclusion and recommendation. The current study provides the following conclusion and recommendations. The Ministry of Education through TIE should incorporate content of vision for reading and learning to enhance teachers' knowledge, skills, and competencies in order to minimize reading and learning barriers. Also, the study recommends to develop proactive societal-based strategies on how to minimize eye deficiency through rehabilitation and early eye intervention. Also, the study recommends that there is a need to raise awareness through the orientation of the importance of enhancing visual skills in reading and learning. Thanks for listening. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Wakuru Manini, for your presentation. Dear viewers, dear participants from every corner, Europe, Tanzania, I would like to welcome the next presenter, who is Losaru Ngira, so that we can hear what he have prepared for us. Losaru, please. Losaru Ngira, you're welcome aboard.
Yes, Sarina.
All right. Yeah, welcome, Ngira.
Thank you so much. Hello, colleagues from Norway, Finland, and Tanzania. Good afternoon. Hello, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we hope that it will be stable. It's a little bit unstable, but only go on.
Thank you so much. My name is Mr. Losaru Ngira, a vision teacher from Nandi, Teachers College of Special Education. And I'm before you to present the paper about the vision training for kindergarten children learning in Tanzania, which is the case of one public school in Meru District Council. Let me try to share the screen. I think you can see. So to start with an overview, my study was basically just the contribution of regional simulation learning of the kindergarten in Tanzania. In one public school, that is Nandi Primary School, with kindergarten unit, which is located in Meru District Council, was involved as a case school. But the children were randomly sampled from a gross population of 70 children, and among those 36 of them are pre-screening that found have critical vision challenges as undergone vision training. Sample was, however, tested. That is, 15 children were boys, while other 15 children were girls. Sample children were observed, interviewed, and undergone pre-reading tests, pre-screening, vision training, and later on post-reading tests and post-screening to validate the results and see the changes. Results were distinctly analyzed by use of tables, graphs, and narrations. Findings revealed vision challenges on the vision elements such as visual acuity, near accommodation, convergence, eye movements, and fixation. General recommendations were made or given to mitigate the challenges of better reading, learning, and social interaction of the pre-scholars or kindergarten. And let's go to background. In background, I will shortly talk why is it important to train vision for children. And later on, I will also talk about how to identify vision challenges. And to start with, let's see why is vision training or stimulation necessary. First of all, children, we normally know that they perceive a lot of information by the way of seeing. They learn by imitating, which is basically rooted in seeing. And they also, they are learning mostly taking place by doing and observing. More based in the pattern in 1997, asserted that since vision development in children is continuous to the age of 12, to them acquired vision is considered a sensory organ for taking in the learning information, especially when children. For this, assess that their vision then needs stimulation, especially once we notice that there is a sort of challenge. And how to identify vision challenges? It can basically be done by assessing or by the means of screening. It is not easy to reveal or to detect most of the challenges, the vision challenges by the way of observing them by means of assessment or screening, and we can detect the challenges. BLOS 2014 contends that optimal treatment of outcomes for childhood disorders are achieved with early detection and treatment preferably before full effect. Now, here we escalate also the vision screening. Then vision screening are meant to identify children for whom the vision is significant problem. That's according to medicine and NGA. It's unfortunately that very little or nothing concerning vision has been, previously was in, especially in our country, Tanzania. This now some measures have been taken, but previously very little or nothing was being done. For vision, but at least now we have started, and the government is with some NGOs also pushing the matter of screening for identification the vision of the intervention. And this is what motivated the researcher then choose for assessing the vision training after the vision for the scholars of children. Research objectives. The study was led by 3 objectives. One of them was to identify the vision challenges among the kindergarten children in Meru District Council. That is the challenge that requires intervention or training. Second was to examine the extent to which poor vision affects management of kindergarten children's learning. And the last one was to inspect the impact of stimulating the challenged vision elements on managing kindergarten children's learning. Data collection process involved observation, screening or experiment, interview, and the test, that is the reading test, which was also a part and parcel of experiment. As you can see here, one of the tutor from Patandi was involved as a co-researcher or partner in helping the research process. And here we were collecting data. He is assessing convergence. As you can see here, the researcher is examining the child's near vision. You can see there. It is kind of vision which is, the measurements are taken 40 centimeters from where the card is located to the eyes of the child. Here, the child was given simple tests, basically alphabetical tests, and sometimes single syllable words, so that see the fluency as well as speed and accuracy in the reading. Research findings. The research findings showed that visual acuity far and near were affected, especially to those six sample children who were found to have critical challenges. As you can see there, the mean value for near and the far visual acuity was approximately 0.5 measurement from the Lear chart. And also accommodation was found to be 9.5 centimeters mean value, which is not good for reading and learning. And also convergence was 9.5 centimeters mean value, which is also not so good for children's reading and learning. Eye movement training, a short period of reading, ISO and EXO, and able to thoroughly follow the objective were also challenges for vision. As you can see, the graph there, graph represents the mean value for visual acuity far and near in the training group, because we had two groups, that is the control group in the training group or experimental group. The left hand graph of us show mean values for girls, while the right hand graph indicates the mean values for boys. Now, if we refer to the mean values for girls, for example, when the test was done, the mean value was approximately 6.5. But after training, the mean value, pre-test value is shown by blue color, while the post-test value is indicated by red color. So you can see after training, which is shown by red color, there is an improvement of almost 120-something, that is 8 to 9. So there was an improvement after training. Likewise, in the part of boys, if you can see, there is a great improvement. If you can see the blue bar and the green bar, they both indicate the mean values before training. The red bar and the orange bar indicates the mean value of training. So you can see some sort of changes which occurred after training. Coming to the mean values of accommodation in control and training, you can see on the left hand there is a control group, whereas when they were picked, the accommodation was found to be, sorry, the net is checking. Mean value for control group was approximately 4.5. So there was nothing to do with them. But when you come to the training group, the mean value was approximately 9.5. But after training, you can see it has gone down approximately to 4.5 or 5, which is good for the reading. When you come to 9.5, it is not good. The good or the moderate accommodation is approximately 3 to 8. So when you come to 8.5 is of sort of problem we are reading. Vision stimulation. After pre-screening and stimulation or training of vision was done, and various methods were employed, such as various games involving matching, involving identification, and so on. But you can also hear the researcher or my research partner helping to train the vision of the child by the use of doors, which helps in eye movement. The doors might be moving up, down, laterally, or circularly to strengthen or to stimulate the child's vision. Then continuing with vision stimulation, it's just an explanation, whereas games, eye movement tasks, such as doors and pencil, moving the eyes, the broadcast string, and so on, are used. Simple reading exercises, normally alphabetic and single syllable, were also employed in training the vision. back and forth eye movement to strengthen accommodation, and also other eye movements also. Let's see the impact of the vision stimulation after all those were done. What were found, as we have seen from the previous graphs, visual acuity almost improved from 0.5 to 0.8, which is almost approximately 1, which is normally declared as a standard visual acuity. There was also an improvement of accommodation and convergence. That is from 9.5 to almost 4, which is good for children's reading and learning. Also, there was improved eye movements and improved reading capacity, that is accuracy, speed, and so on. What were recommended then this study, the researcher recommended the following. One, creating awareness of vision challenges to education authorities so that they can program create sort of programming, screening program for children before they join school so as to detect and intervene with problems prior to their school life. Another is a plan for vision screening at children school commencement, that is also the school level. And the other was pre-service and in-service teacher training on vision challenges and prevention measures. And the other was equipping teachers on teaching methodology that suits learning of children with vision challenges. The other was ensuring suitable learning environment, for example, classroom with reasonable light, availability of stimulating materials, and proper placement of those who are found to have vision challenges. For example, if the class has got less light, then something might be done to ensure that there is enough light or reasonable light in the classroom. Also, if somebody is to read when he or she is very far from the class, then adjustment of the distance also should be done to enable him or her read well. The other was correlation between health sector in the school system to ensure high health care of the children. That means there should be interconnection between the schools with the health centers so as to ensure the health of the children's eye prior to joining of the school and also those who are doing. The last one was parents and guardians should be made aware on the essence of regular eye check of their children so as to ensure their eye health. That's the end of my presentation. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ngira, Losaru Ngira, for a good presentation. Although there have been some problems with internet, I think. So I hope we will hear you very well in the next presentation. Now, may I take this opportunity to welcome the next presenter, who is also the beneficiary from the second project, a PhD candidate from Western Norway University of Applied Sciences, Johnny Urio, so that he can give us what he has prepared. Welcome, the upcoming doctor in town.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Johnny Urio, vision specialist, teacher from Patandi Teachers College, and a PhD candidate from Western University of Applied Science, HBL. My study is based on developing reading skills based on vision activities in primary school in Tanzania. The training of the literacy is of the most important for the young pupils or the growing learners. The literacy skills is such as reading skills and writing skill, which is highly connected with learning or academic achievements of our pupils. The reading development is the key ingredient to a student's success. Therefore, there is a great connections of reading and the vision perception, sensory motor coordination, cognitive development, and even linguistic development. I can say that reading is the most vision-related activities in learning. To be able to read, people need connection between reading and the vision functions, such as visual acuity, fixation, accommodation, convergence, visual field, and the visual perception. There are many studies conducted in different areas. For example, there was a study conducted by Williams, 2005, which says that poor vision affects development of literacy skills such as reading and writing. The finding also shows that reading problems are common among children with vision disturbances. Therefore, there is another even findings or research that has been done that show that almost 8% of the learning disability has been related with reading problems. Coming back to Tanzania, there is no systematic vision screening to either adults or pupils or young pupils in school or hospital beside of the eye clinic cases. When parents, teachers are finding problem to their children, they cannot investigate and they cannot know what's going on if someone or children have a vision disturbances. The research is trying, as the researcher, I'm trying out to investigate or to evaluate between vision activities and the storytelling to see which one is overlapping other, so that pupils can have a better reading skills. As well, in my PhD project, I am therefore focusing on how methods of teaching reading can be developed in Tanzania primary schools. Yeah, here you can see some experiment I've done to 3 different groups, but these are pupils from standard 2, and this was done in Arusha school. So there are pre-testing, that is testing before. I tested visual screening and the reading test for both stream or group A, B, and C. I did that one for 1 week. Then I had 4 weeks. I had 4 weeks of training in both classes. And thereafter, there was another vision screening and the reading test after training. So these are the among of the vision screening I've been done with my colleague. You can see there Alida Kauki and Rajabu, because I had a I have a big number of pupils, so I could not do that for myself. So I had some research assistants. So this how I made a eye movement screening, screening. Also, I did.
John, can you please change your slides?
Pardon?
Your slides.
Here, can you hear me very well? Do you hear me? Gumvo?
Yeah, we can hear you very well, but the question if you can go further on your slides, because we only see the first one.
Go further on the slides. I see the first slide.
You see only the first slide?
Yeah.
So I have to go back.
If you take it on another presentation.
Here.
No.
Oh, it's not moving.
Perhaps no, I think it's hanging.
It's hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Wasikiza sauti bana, ninaangalia. Aziendi kabisa. Huku mimi naenda. Hello? Sorry, there is a technical fault, but we can proceed if you can see my slides are moving. Nothing. Do you see if it's moving, Gumbo?
I think it's working on it, but it's hanging.
It's hanging.
Yeah, there it comes. Now it comes. Yeah. So now we see the experimental group, vision screening we see.
Yeah. So I was explaining about the vision screening I did. There you can see eye movements and the visual acute screening. Then the next screening was reading test. And also there was an experiment or training conducted in classes. So that's the vision class. They were training with the heads of dolls to see how eyes are moving from side to side, to see saccades, how eyes are following letters from one line to another, or from one sentence to another sentence, and the fixation, how pupils can concentrate or focusing on a spot. Here also you can see I did some vision activities. That is head of doll. And in the right side, you can see one of the pupil following me. So you can see it is easy for them to follow direction, diagonal in different direction, up and down, side and side. So that to enhance or stimulate their eye movements. These are the sticks with letter, words, or symbols. So pupils, they are training themselves in pair for 10 minutes before starting their new session every day. One pair has to do it for 5 minutes and they give another partner to do it for 5 minutes. The purpose is to stimulate their vision functions. So there are different materials to stimulate their vision. Here you can see I had also some albino students whom I used even to stimulate their eyes, because we know that they have a different vision disturbances direct from their gene. So I had a storytelling class. Then the group used the storytelling as a method in a class. They used it even 10 minutes, 5 each. And we had different storytelling in different days. So in whole week, we have 5 different stories that student pupils can narrate themselves. You see, there they are enjoying a story. This is the method that I try to evaluate to see if it can work and make them prepare for receiving a new lesson. I compare this storytelling vision functions I did with vision activities. You see, they are explaining themselves, and on the other, they are seeing to be smile and enjoying the story before taking a new lesson. After having my data, then I did a regression analysis of the data. And that's the result of the regression analysis. But those result of the regression analysis, it's lengthy because I have done, I did with 2 groups, storytelling groups and the vision activities class. So therefore, the results imply that near vision activities for both eyes before intervention or before training seems to be better in this rank rather than other variables. You see, there are other variables like group, distance vision, convergence, age, gender, and accommodation. So I can say that the analysis of the data shows that good near vision acuity is a highly important factor for a good reading speed. This supports Williams' finding that poor vision functions affect the development of pupils' reading skills. The results confirm that better near vision acuity seems to increase reading speed among the pupils. This implicates that the school teachers has to understand that there is a positive relationship between pupils' near visual acuity and reading skills. Thank you for listening. And sorry for any inconvenience caused by technical difficulties.
Yeah, thank you very much, Johnny Rio, for your presentation. And very sorry, the viewers and participants from Tanzania, from Norway, Europe, and elsewhere who are following this stream. And may I take this opportunity to welcome another presenter before the health break so that he can present what he have prepared. This is another beneficiary from the project SECET, and he did his master's and he's going to present what he got in his study. Welcome, Mohammed.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me properly?
I can hear you very well.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Mohammed. I think I should welcome you back again. Well, I am here before you to present my master's dissertation, and I'll just go through a summary through PPP that I have prepared. This is about the assessment of teachers' competencies in managing learners with vision disturbances in Tanzania primary schools. We have had a lot from the beginning that many pupils or students or learners in Tanzania primary schools actually are having disturbances in reading or some difficulties when they are reading. So why this study? It is not well known if the primary teachers do possess competencies necessary for providing special instructions to these learners with learning difficulties during learning and teaching practices. You can see the picture that some of the students are trying their best to read from the chalkboard, but we expected that the teacher could do something to make sure that even if they are far back from the chalkboard, but at least they can read, rather than everyone to go in front of the class and follow what is being written on the chalkboard. But the objectives of the study were to establish the magnitude of vision disturbances among primary school learners. The second one was to examine the implementation of IEP, which is an individualized education program. And the third one was to assess the adequacy of competencies possessed by teachers for teaching children or learners with vision disturbances. These were the objectives of the study. But to make them more elaborative, we can see in the competence assessment conceptual framework, which is all about the process of learning. As we know that learning is a process of mental inquiry. So when we have an input, we should make sure that we prepare them in such a way that in the process, they will help these learners who are having disturbed vision to make sure that they learn and follow the classes better. And this will result in output. And if something happens wrong during the process, then we take back the results or the outputs to square one. That means we should start again to see where we went wrong, so that at least we make these students learn in an inclusive, learning-friendly environment. Well, the significance of the study, we have seen that we got more knowledge about vision in primary school teachers, but we also have seen that students got a better reading capabilities. My colleagues have said something about the training when they did some assessment. And after that, they conducted a training, what we call vision training. And thereafter, the results show that at least there was a kind of an improvement when it comes to reading, but also developing motor and cognitive abilities, influencing students to manage their examinations quite well, increasing the frequency of attending to school, thus reducing the gap of truancy and perhaps dropout, motivating the students to higher levels of education, and even sometimes getting involved in other socio-economic activities in preschools, in school, and after school life. Well, this was not just an idea that came from nowhere, but some literature were reviewed. And among others, accommodation in children with poor reading skills, the influence of teachers' competencies on students' academic performance in community secondary schools. This was in Tanzania. Learning and participation of visual impaired students in inclusive schools. This is one of the organizations, which is Haki Elimu, which is doing great in our country. And the binocular coordination of the eye movement. This is ocular motor during reading in children. And the last one was the causal link between visual spatial attention and reading acquisition. Those were just some of the literature that the study reviewed. Well, the methodology was the qualitative and the design was descriptive. This is very common to everyone who is doing a research. The population sample and sampling technique. This is very famous also. The primary school teachers were used and primary school learners also were involved in the study. And the sample size was 25 participants. Well, it was good to use the purposive sampling technique, which is homogeneous occur criterion, since the researcher wanted to explore something which is common among the research participants. And the data analysis was the thematic analysis. This is very, very common, and it was good to at least explain some of the of the data collected and analyzed. So the tools were questionnaires guide, interview schedule, observation guide, documentary framework, among others. The findings of the study, very shortly,
hello. Mohammed disappeared for us here, but is it local or did it disappear for all of us?
No, he disappeared here too, so I can't see him either anymore. Yeah, it's
network problem probably then.
Yeah, they have a problem over there.
Right, we wait.
Hello?
We hear
Hello?
you. We hear
Yeah,
you.
can you follow?
Yes.
Well, I think I should say that's a very nice experience. Yeah, so let me continue. Well, I was talking of the findings of the study, and the findings were obtained from specific objectives and the research questions as well. The first finding was the research was trying to see if the problem of vision disturbances among primary school learners is so big. So very shortly, it was discovered that there is a poor vision status among learners, and almost 72% out of those 25 research participants agreed on the learners with reading difficulties in one way or the other. So something must be done to make sure that at least teachers are being equipped quite well to make sure that they know what to do when they come across a learner or a student who is having vision disturbance. And unfortunately, vision disturbance is not a medical problem. It's not something that needs medical attention. So teachers can deal with it in a primary level. And then if the problem goes on, then they may go on to ask for assistance from other experts. The second finding was to check if the IEP program among primary school learners with vision disturbances is being implemented. And the study found that those students who are having a disturbed vision were left out. The third one was to assess the adequacy of competencies possessed by teachers for teaching learners with vision disturbances. And teachers themselves agreed that they had little competence or little knowledge required to manage learners with vision disturbances. So something must be done again to make sure that they can manage learners who are having vision disturbances. Well, the ethical consideration as something that any researcher is obliged to follow was that to ask for the consent of the participants, explaining to them the benefit of the study to individual learners and public at large, ensuring confidentiality because some were afraid that their information will just be known by everyone. And only those who were ready and willing to participate in the study were involved. Well, I would like to conclude by saying that learners with vision disturbances in Tanzania primary schools were not given as much attention as needed compared to learners with low vision or blind or learners who are termed as visually impaired. Also, learners were not managed well during the learning and teaching practices. Teachers also faced the enormous of ensuring effectiveness and efficiency during learning and teaching process. So the academic performance of those learners was somewhat low. Teachers also need to be well equipped with the competencies, knowledge, and skills enough to manage these learners. But the recommendations as follows: screening, assessment, and identification for learners with vision disturbances should be performed at the school level to make sure that the problem does not persist when they go for higher levels of education. Teachers should be oriented about vision disturbances through education workshops. Learners' sitting plan should be reviewed because some were not even given priority to sit in front so that they could read from the chalkboard. Teachers should improvise or prepare learning and teaching materials depending on the students' needs. And here I refer those who were having disturbed vision. Also, students should be encouraged to discuss with their parents or guardians on the eye health And last but not least, all teacher colleges should have at least the course, the CPD course on vision disturbances. Those were just some references, and on those few remarks, I would like to conclude my presentation. I thank you very much for paying your attention. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Dear viewers and participants, I would like to give you this opportunity for a coffee break, and we will be back after 20 minutes.
Hello. Hello, viewers, and all who are following our conference through YouTube. You're welcome again for the last session. And the one who is going to lead the session is, my name is Lucas Naiman Kivuyo. And now I'm going to welcome Professor Gumvo from Norway, the project leader, who is going to present vision problems among Standard 1 and Standard 5 students and the effect of visual exercise. Therefore, Professor Gumvo, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. It's really great to be together with you, all my colleagues and all the participants. It's so sad that we can't be together physically, but at least we can see and hear and learn from each other in this way. So today I'm going to talk about our experiences and some results from our research that we have been doing in the project. And this has been a huge work because a lot of those at Patandi and some at our schools have been joining this research data collection. So I try now to share my screen and hopefully you will see it. And yeah, it's always something. But if you see it like this, I think I'll show it like this before I start doing things worse. Yeah. I've called my presentation Vision Problems Among Standard 1 and Standard 5 Students and the Effect of Visual Experience. In the partner schools, we had a screening and we had training of pupils, and it was divided into work as practical work for the teacher students who take the course Vision for Reading and Learning. And at the same time, it was a data collection for the research that we wanted to do in the project. As it said before today, that even the most gifted student will struggle academically if they have trouble seeing the blackboard or focusing on a book. And of course, it can be difficult to have a lot of knowledge into this area, and it could be also not easy to get children screened. But as some have mentioned, teachers need to have some kind of knowledge of how to perhaps observe the children, to observe how are they acting, so that you can be aware of that this might be a vision problems. And like we see this child, she's turning her head, like witness said in her presentation, that turning their heads could be an indication that there is something wrong with the vision. And this girl was shifting her gaze when she was looking at the test far away. She was turning her head to the right when looking with her left eye, because her left eye was more quiet in that position. And you can imagine she was also doing the same. She was turning her head to the right when she was using her left eye for seeing. So in that way, we can see that she is not capable of using those eyes directed forward, because then they are not working well enough. So she has a better position when she is turning her head, her eyes outwards. That's not good for her reading, probably. Or perhaps she's only reading with one eye. That we don't know, but that is something that we can check. It's also said today that it's found that 70, some say 80% of all activities in school are connected to vision. And we have been focusing on vision for these 4 years with activities in Tanzania. And especially the 2 years where we had the CPD courses where teachers were trained. So we had 30 teachers who were trained in the course Vision for Reading and Learning, which is a 30 credit course that we have been having in Norway as well at HVL. And they were trained to assess vision among students or pupils, and even to develop stimulation programs for those children who have vision disturbances. So the work was theoretically, it was training in the group among the vision teachers, and it was practical work out in schools. So the work where we also collected the data was the students' practical learning experiences. And it was divided into 2 areas. Part 1 was the screening part. And we had been training on doing screening, first on each other, then on some invited children, and then we went out in schools and did it together in the schools. So this is the list of the functions that we were measuring. We were measuring visual acuity for NIA because it's so important that children can see clearly at NIA. We were measuring the visual acuity at a distance, and then we did it with the Lea Hyveren test, which is standardized for 3 meters. We looked into the binocular vision. That means how these eyes were working together, if they were functionally so good that the children had stereo vision. We were looking into the saccades. That are the movements that our eyes are doing when searching for information around in the visual field. And these saccades are very important for reading. So how good could these eyes jump around together? We were looking into the convergence. How can these eyes be looking at the same spot when the spot is coming nearer and nearer to their eyes? Then the accommodation. How clearly can these pupils see when the things that they are looking at, the details, are closer to their eyes compared to far away? Then we looked at the pursuit movements, how could they move their eyes in all directions when following something that was moving. We controlled for their color vision, because we know that at least in other cultures, we find that nearly 8% of boys have color vision problems, but few girls. We were looking into eye dominance because we know that if there is a conflict, it can also be a conflict when pupils are reading. We were looking at their reading performance. We were looking on how they were drawing things, copying things. And we even looked into their body dominance when it comes to using hands and feet. So this is then a picture where Maria is doing the intervention in part 2, because we picked from those 123 children in standard 1 who were screened, we picked 27 children who had some vision disturbances to go through an intervention for 3 weeks. In this intervention, the children got vision training, 30 to 45 minutes daily, for 12 days in 3 weeks. This was practical work for the students. So the training was done individually, and for working with eye movements, we are very occupied for having the head steady. So you see here that Maria is sitting with something that she puts on the head of the child. It's beans in a bag. And the child has to have that on the head. So to be reminded that the head is not going to move, now we are training the eyes. And that is to get head control later on, to be aware about how to sit and how to use the eyes. So we are focusing on steady and precise eye movements and improved visual attention. And we're using a lot of varied methods and stimulating exercises. So the students had to be creative because now they knew about vision disturbances, what kind of vision disturbances, on which distance did this child have problems, in what directions, with which muscles. So they had to develop exercises that were suitable for this particular child. And we also asked, how can we integrate these exercises with the schoolwork that the child is doing in the other classes? And how may better binocular vision influence reading skills? So here you can see that some of these children have a patch on one eye and are only using one eye in this exercise, because we had to strengthen each eye and then working with both together so that we could be sure that each eye would be strengthened and not only one. So we were also discussing what is happening with the visual acuity when the oculomotor functions are strengthened. So we see here different exercises, and the lessons had to be very variated. So then back to the data that we collected, these children was first standard 1 children when we started the project. And then when they got the exercises, these 27 children, they were standard 2 pupils. And here we see that there is a development in their visual acuity for those 3 weeks, only for those 3 weeks when the intervention was going. They started on 0.9 for near vision. This is the mean value. And for distant vision, they had 121. And they went better when we screened them after this 3 weeks with intervention. So when we look to the reading, we had 2 different kinds of reading tests. One was with difficult text and one was with an easy text. And also here we see they perform better after 3 weeks, both on the difficult text and on the easy text, mostly on the easy text. The problem with this first school where we were doing this intervention and screening was that when we started up with the exercises, we saw that some children had rather difficulties being concentrated or being aware or awake for what was going on. And when we asked them, some of them hadn't been eating that day. They had only had food the day before. So we started giving them food. And that is why we can't say if the results are coming from the intervention alone, or perhaps from, as a result, also from more food. But of course, now we have heard from others, like Lanzarote and Witness, that they experience that children are doing better. So this was also interesting for us when we started at the next school. So in the next school, we screened 104 pupils, and they were standard 5 pupils. It was in autumn, the last part of standard 5. And you see here, we have different tests. First, we tested all 104. Then we picked out some children who went through intervention, 21. They had an intervention for 3 weeks, and they had a pre-test before the intervention and a post-test afterwards. And then when they came to October in standard 6, they were 1 year after the first screening. Then we tested the vision group who had had training, and then the control group, which was not trained. Here are the results of the first assessment. Here is accommodation and convergence. For having a good accommodation and convergence, it ought to be better than or closer to the eyes than 8 centimeters. Here we see that those who were picked for the vision... For the...
Okej, Lilla. Jag behöver följa här.
Ilona, please. For the vision group, they had the weakest accommodation and convergence. The 14 pupils that we collected for the control group had also weaker than normal, but better than the vision group. And then the others had the best accommodation and convergence. Although when we go into these, we also find some with problems in that. Okay, then we had results after the training. And here we see the pupils who are marked with yellow. That's the vision group. They had the lowest visual acuity for the right eye, 0.67, compared to the control group. This was that was on the first measuring in standard 5. The same was with the left eye and with both eyes together. Then, after 1 year, we see that the vision group has reached the same level as the control group. We know that vision is developing through the years in school. So here is also a development in the control group. But now the vision group has the same level on the right eye. On the left eye, they're even a little bit better than the control group. And when it comes to both eyes together, we see they are nearly parallel to each other. So there is a bigger gap in this year in the vision group than in the control. So we have to assume that the training has made a difference. When we go into the reading, this is only the reading for the vision group. Here is the reading when they started in standard 5 in the autumn. This is pre the screening, the training. This is after the training, words per minute. And this is in the autumn the same year, 1 year after the start. So here we see there is a gap all the way, but the biggest gap is in those 3 weeks before they started the training and after they started the training. The gap is the biggest. And when we compare the reading speed with the control group, we see that in 1 year, the vision group have had this better performance. The control group had no better performance. So now the vision group is ahead of the control group. And that has to be due to the training, which the control group didn't get. So we see that structure vision lessons can make a difference. And now we have heard it not only from here, we have heard it from others in the project. We can read it in other articles from researchers around in the world. So these vision problems that can lead to academic challenges, those have to be found, and we need to find good methods. For some children, it can be individual lessons. For others, it can be structured lessons in class. So what I presented here, Marion Felder and me have been writing about in 2 articles, one about the screening part and one about the structured intervention. And the first one came now in April last week. It was online, so you can read it online. The other one, we have got information today. It will be online next week. So you can read in more detail. So thank you for listening.
Yes, Professor Gumbo. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. And now we are going to the next presenter, who is Alida Kauki, the direct beneficiary of the Secure Education for Children in Tanzania project. And she is going to present a vision improvement through stimulation in primary schools, teach of hearing and vision. Alida Kauki, you are warmly welcome.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Lucas. As the chairperson said, my name is Alida Kauki, teacher of hearing and vision from Patandi Teachers College of Special Needs. My study was on vision improvement through stimulation in primary school students, Arusha, Tanzania. This study was done to assess vision improvement through stimulation in primary school students, and it involved 4 student cases who were studied through a quasi experiment design with pre-screening, vision intervention, and post-screening. Vision lessons were carried out after pre-screening for the 4 students identified with vision disturbances after pre-screening, and they were trained for 45 minutes each for 21 days. The 4 cases represent various issues of visual challenges before intervention, but all reached a better functional level following improved vision after vision stimulation. This study therefore showed how important teachers need to have vision competence, as well as insights on identifying and intervening vision disturbances to learners. Why this study? A child may seem to have a normal vision and normal visual acuity, but she or he may be unnoticed with visual problems which affect the eyes, focusing, accommodation, binocular teaming, convergence and divergence, or the skills of moving the gaze precisely along a line when reading in a book or when reading from the blackboard. This makes it a challenge for learners to read or copy from the book or blackboard, as I said earlier, and thus leading to reduced performance in everyday life, academic achievement, and self-esteem. Common vision problems are easy and cost-efficient to correct through structural vision lessons for vision stimulation. The study mainly aimed at assessing vision improvement through stimulation using structured vision lessons, which followed with the following objectives. One was to examine students' vision functions. The other was finding the vision problems hindering some students' learning and assessing vision improvement through stimulation. The study was guided by the theories, information processing theories, and visual information processing theories. This study seemed to be very important because it provides teachers insight in visual functions of the children so they can assist them accordingly. It also helped in identifying children whose visual challenges have not yet been identified. It provides insights to educational stakeholders on the importance of vision screening and early intervention as well. The study also provides the body of knowledge of literature on vision improvement through stimulation using structured vision lessons. The study, the data was collected through various tests during pre-screening and the structural vision lessons, and after structural vision lessons, the students, the cases were again rescreened, and the results were as follows. For the visual acuity near and distance, we see participants improved. Before intervention, their visual acute near and distance were worse, but after screening, after intervention, we see how the vision improved, both from near to distance visual acute. Another area which was stimulated was the visual acute pre and post stimulation of near and distance visual acute for both eyes when they were used together. Here, these eyes were measured separately, each eye separately. So we see how the eyes, when working separately, they improved. And here, when eyes work together, how they improved. And we can see how eyes, when work together, they work more appropriately than only one eye. Another area which was worked on when doing intervention in these cases were the accommodation and convergence, which is very important in eyes when working together in eye teaming. So the changes of accommodation and convergence between the pre and post test measured in centimeter improved. We can see from participant 1 up to participant 4 how they improved the accommodation and convergence prior to post screening. And this was due to the intervention done due to the poor accommodation and convergence discovered during pre-test. We can also see here the changes of accommodation and convergence between the pre and post-test measured in centimeter from the eyes for the 4 participants. We can see how the accommodation and convergence improved for both students from prior intervention and the after intervention. Another area which was worked on was the pursuit movements. Here, during pre and post-test, we can see how the improvement, the results shows the improvement. Before stimulation, some of the participants, most of them had poor pursuit movements, but after vision stimulation, the participants improved. Only one participant number 4, had slight problems in diagonal movement. The key findings. Participants had different vision problems before the intervention. Both showed abnormal results in either of the following vision functions which were assessed. These vision functions included visual acute, monocular, and binocular. Near and distance, visual acute, convergence, eye movements which included pursuit movements in all directions and cover tests near and distance. These vision problems changed during the intervention period and were normal on both eyes and binocularly when moving in different directions, when fixing at near objects as well as fixing on the objects at distance after the lessons or vision stimulations. So both participants reached better vision functions after vision stimulation. Thus, vision can be improved through stimulation, especially through structured vision lessons. The study recommended on the following that there is a need of early vision screening and identification of vision disturbances for learners so that they can result in early intervention as possible. Government also have to plan for vision screening and examination for children prior to their enrollment to schools to assist them learn better. And teachers have to have vision competence so that they can use proper methods of intervention and teaching learners having vision disturbances in classrooms and in inclusive classrooms where learners with vision disturbances are found there in majority. From this study, therefore, the most significant finding is that vision can be improved through stimulation. And this is in line with various research and studies. Some of them have been listed there, but there are a lot of studies which are in line with this study that vision stimulation can be an effective way to assist learners with vision disturbances, which can be corrected in by teachers, especially vision teachers. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Madam Alida, for your nice presentation. And now we are going to the next presenter, who is also the direct beneficiary of the project, Losaru Ngira. Yeah, therefore, Losaru, I think you are ready. And he is going to present vision challenges and inclusion among primary school children in Tanzania. And this is a vision specialist teacher from Patandi Teachers College. You are welcome, Mr. Losaru.
Thank you, audience. Once again, good afternoon. Lucas, do you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you, Losaru. You are welcome. I hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm here again to present for you what is so-called vision challenges and inclusion among primary school learners in Tanzania. And it is simply an experience or experiences working with inclusive programs. Well, as I said, I'm a specialist teacher from Patandi Teachers College, but for 1 year, I've been out serving with an organization that is USAID Operating and Research Triangle Institute, or RTI, as an inclusive education specialist. So I'm going to share a little bit about what we have been doing with what is called the inclusive education programs. When I joined inclusive education is all about letting all the learners learn in the same classroom. They had no ABC on what to do so as to help those learners learn equally, regardless their differences or disabilities. So as an inclusive education specialist, and I specialize in visual impairment, then I had worked a lot to ensure that we get knowledge on how to support learners with vision challenges so that they can learn equally with those without vision impairment or vision challenges. Now, how do we do this? First of all, we have to create ability to identify those with disability or vision challenges. And for our part, or for my part as a vision specialist, I have to do a lot to train teachers and the rest of the education stakeholders on the big issue of screening, vision screening, so as to identify those with challenges and the device means to assist them. Another is environmental adjustment. Once we find someone with the vision challenges, and what to do? One of the tasks is to adjust the environment. If the environment, for example, is less lighted, or if the environment is one way or another not conducive, for example, let us be far from the reading source, or maybe the reading fonts are not suitable for us. Vision degree, then we have. Another is to provide assistive devices, and this is basically depending on one's vision ability, like magnifiers or some glasses to support. Another is to have knowledgeable teachers. That means teachers who are competent in identifying learners with the vision disturbances or challenges. And another is we have to create a sense that all learners are capable of learning regardless of their disability. But all we have to do is to support them. And how do we support? I have mentioned needs. And how do we include learners with vision challenges in regular learning settings? First of all, we have been doing or conducting teachers' trainings for awareness. That is creating awareness to teachers on vision challenges. Before I joined the organization, most of the teachers knew very little or others knew nothing about the vision challenges. We have been conducting awareness programs on the vision challenges, effects, and the ways to overcome the vision challenges we have. Other means is creating awareness to the authorities for support. As you can see in the picture, in the left there is a Director General for Education from President's Office. That means President's Office for Rural Administration and Local Governments, one who is responsible for education part. And he was there opening a session for awareness creation and teacher training. Also at the right, you can see District Education Officer from Malindi District in Morogoro was opening also the same session for teachers training, the awareness creation. Another means is to empower teachers with screening confidence. You can see there some officers who were educating some officers who were also to go for dissemination of the knowledge to the teachers, as you can observe in the picture. The other thing we have been doing is disseminating the basic knowledge to the rest of the community, such as parents, guardians, and relatives through radio sessions. As we have, for instance, for Morogoro region, 2 radio stations have been broadcasting programs basing on the vision challenges and inclusive education. So the rest of the community have been also learning through radio programs. Another way is self-learning handouts. Self-learning handouts. We have been creating handouts which shows or which explains about inclusive education and vision challenges. So in that way, through community of learning groups, then parents, guardians, and the rest of the community have been creating education through the handouts. How do we go about that? We collect some of the members from the community and we train them so that they can go around and train the rest of the community about inclusive education and how to go through the self-learning handout so that they can grasp knowledge and help their learners when at home and also communicate with teachers and cooperate with them so as to assist those with vision challenges. Thank you for listening. It was my short presentation about the experiences on the vision challenges and inclusion for learners, for primary school learners in Tanzania. Thank you so much. Hello? Hello, Gumbo, do you get me?
Yes, I heard you very well. Thank you so much.
Okay. It's like on out.
Hello. Hello, Ngira.
Yes, I'm done, Lucas.
Yes, you are done?
Yes, I'm done.
Yes, thank you so much for your good presentation. Despite the internet seems is unstable, but it is different from the first presentation. Therefore, that is fine. Thank you so much, Rosal.
Okay.
Okay, now we are going to the last presenters of this day, who is Dr. Wakuru Manini. This is the second presentation today to her. And she is going to present about application of true knowledge and skills of vision for reading and learning in primary education. Dr. Wakuru, you are warmly welcome.
Okay, good evening. Okay, good evening. Hello, participant, do you hear me? Okay, I'm Dr. Wakuru Manini from Patani Teachers College. This is my second presentation. I'm the expert in inclusive education, in particular for learners with dual sensory impairment, deaf, blind. But today, I would like to present on the topic about application of the new knowledge and skills of vision for reading and learning in primary education. I would like to provide a brief outline of the presentation. First, I will introduce the start, I'll provide statement of the problem, objective of the study, significance of the study. I will provide theoretical underpinning that guided the study and the research methodology, finding and the discussion. I will end up with conclusions and recommendations. Background of the study. Visual function is crucial for enhancing reading and learning for all learners regardless of disability. Tanzania has signed different treaties to provide equitable access of education, such as global policies, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, like provision of education for all children, regardless of disability, the Salamanca Statement of 1994, and other global policies that are there, the implementation of inclusive education. In order to secure education for all, application of new knowledge for vision is inescapable to effective implement of reading and learning and the participation of all learners. Different studies have been conducted in Tanzania and different parts of the world, indicated that there is a big problem in reading skills. In the research evidence that have been conducted in Tanzania show that there is significant poor reading problem among primary school children in Tanzania. This is studies like Uwezo 2012, 2013, Aki Elimu 2015, and the current from 2018. Mercy and Anai 2016, Filippo 2017, Shukia 2014 indicated that among primary school teachers, among primary school children experience poor reading skills. Although available current educational statistics indicate there is increase of enrollment rate of pupils with disability in Tanzania. This is according to MOEST, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, 2018 report indicated that there is an increase of enrollment rate of pupils with disability in Tanzania. But still pupils with disability, including those with visual disturbance, experience poor performance in Standard 7 national examination. This is according to the report of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, 2018 report, NECTA, National Examination Council for Tanzania, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 consecutively. Statement of the problem. Teachers' knowledge and skills are considered prime pedagogical tools for facilitating reading and learning to optimize full children potential. Despite numerous government effort and initiative to establish legislation, reform policies and program, and reintroduce the national strategy of 2018 to 2021 on inclusive education as a means of providing equitable access of quality education for all, still there is a poor academic performance among pupils with disability, including those with visual impairment. That is according to NECTA report 2018-2019. It is questionable whether primary school teachers apply knowledge for vision for reading and learning to optimize full potential. In this regard, there are limited studies how teachers apply Okay. Okay, I think there's a technical problem. May I proceed or go back to the previous slides so that we can go together? I can put from the background. Previous study has been indicated that there is significant poor reading problem among primary school children in Tanzania. This study has been conducted by Uwezo 2012-2013, Aki Elim 2015-2018, Mas and Anei 2016, Filippo 2017, and Shukia 2014. Although available current educational statistics indicate that there is increase of enrollment rate of people with disability. This is according to Ministry of Education and Science and Technology report of 2018. But still, people with disability, including those with visual disturbance, experience poor performance in Standard 7 national examination. This is according to Ministry of Education and Science and Technology report 2018, National Examination Council in Tanzania of 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. Statement of the problem. Teachers' knowledge and skills are considered to be prime pedagogical tools for facilitating the reading and learning to optimize full children's potential. Despite of numerous government efforts and commitment to establish legislation, reforms, policies, program, and reintroduce the current national strategy on inclusive education of 2018 to 2021 as a means of providing equitable access of quality education for all, yet there is poor academic performance among pupils with disability, including those with visual impairments. That is according to National Examination Council statistics of 2018 to 2019. It is questionable whether or not primary school teachers apply new knowledge of vision for reading and learning to optimize the pupils' full potential. In this regard, there are limited empirical studies how teachers apply knowledge of vision for reading to enhance learning of all learners, which reveals the need to conduct this study. Objective of the study. This study is guided by 3 objectives. The first objective is to explore how primary school teachers apply knowledge and skills of vision for reading to enhance learning for all children. The next objective is about to examine how do teachers conduct vision screening in primary school. The third objective is about to identify barriers to reading and learning and suggest measures to mitigate them. Significance of the study. The finding of this study provide an insight to the existing body of knowledge in the field of special education, inclusive education, and teacher education. It also shed light on barriers to reading and ways to overcome those barriers. And it serves as evidence-based research for other research. And it will inform curriculum developers and policymakers to review and restructure teacher education curricula and special education curriculum to incorporate content and practices of vision for reading and learning. Theoretical underpinning. The theoretical basis of this study is informed by social disability theory developed by Oliver Mike and the movement of physical handicap of 1976 in UK. The theory assumes that disability is socially constructed because the society fails to provide adequate and appropriate educational support to cut diverse needs. Therefore, this social disability theory will guide the researcher to correct data, to analyze it, and to interpret the findings and make recommendations guided by the theory. This theory, the selected theory, is appropriate and adequate to address the studied phenomena. Research methodology. This study is guided by constructivism philosophy, and the researcher adopted qualitative research approach with explanatory case study design. The study confined in Arusha municipality at selected one primary school, and also the study used purposively sampling to obtain 16 participants, and the data were generated through semi-structured interview and documentary review. And the data were analyzed thematically assisted by in vivo version 12 as the assistive devices. Finding and discussion. The finding of this current study showed that most of primary school teachers lack knowledge of vision for reading to enhance learning and participation due to lack of training and personal exposure with people with disability, in particular those with vision disturbance. However, only a few primary school teachers who attended short training in the area of visual impairment were conversant with vision screening and visual function activity, and were able to suggest ways to overcome learning barriers. Another finding from this study shows that only a few primary school teachers were able to conduct a vision screening, and the majority were not able. The finding on the third objective indicated that primary school teachers had limited knowledge on vision for reading and learning, and their barrier on accessible physical environment and scarcity of resources, such as instrument for conducting assessment for vision or vision screening, inadequate training, and the negative perception towards pupils with disability, including those with visual disturbance. Conclusion and recommendation. The current study provides lesson to the ministry to take measures to address the studied problem. First of all, the study suggested that the Ministry of Education, through its institution that is TAI, to restructure and review teacher educational curriculum and special education curriculum to incorporate the content of vision for reading and learning to minimize barrier for learning. Also, there are another recommendation. The study recommends that there is a need to organize teachers capacity building on vision for reading, to develop teachers' knowledge, skills, and competence, and changing the teacher's perception, negative perception towards pupils with disability. And also, teachers in collaboration with other professionals and paraprofessionals should conduct periodic vision screening so as to identify unique pupils' learning needs and to minimize barrier for learning. Another recommendation is that there is a need to design practical strategies to mitigate barriers to reading and learning in order to secure equitable access of quality education for all. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Wakulu, really for a very nice presentation. And it is my hope that our participants have got a lot this day, that everything concerning vision in the special part of vision for reading and learning, or you can say vision disturbances, I can say you have a lot. Therefore, today, I can say it will be the end of our presentations. And we hope tomorrow also will be together for the second day of the conference, which will start from 10 a.m. Tanzanian time. But really, we want to say thank you for all participants from every part of the world, including Norway, Germany, and the other part, in the Tanzania as well. Really, we appreciate to be tolerant to listen to these presentations. Therefore, thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. We are going to have also a lot of presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for all your effort to make this a good day. It was very nice. So thank you to Patandi and thank you to all those who have participated. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Gumbo. Thank you.
Another fresh news.
Kuna nyingine ambazo zinaenda haraka haraka sana.